West Virginia being attended to? So the longtime defensive coordinator for Northwestern, Mike Hankwitz, retired after 50-plus years in coaching the
Can we be great? As Wisconsin is already at the 50. Can Wisconsin Fires be great? As Wisconsin. Damn. As Wisconsin. Those games haven't started yet. All right. As a Penn State. Oh my god, UConn already scored against Clemson. Oh my god, son. UConn really housed the opening kickoff, bruh. UConn really does have a chance to at least cover against Clemson. They ain't gonna win, but the fact that they scored early makes me think they'll for sure cover. Because I don't see Clemson scoring 49 points against anybody. This is still a wideout for Penn State. It's just not at night. That seems weird. As Jahan Dotson. Slate's actually like not bad today when you think about it, but it's also still not like crazy. As Michigan. Oh my god, son. He threw it to the left tackle and he didn't catch it. Oh, brother. Was that unintentional? He literally threw the ball to the left tackle. The left tackle was standing there and he. Yeah, I think that's intentional grounding. The left tackle was literally wide open and he didn't catch it. He actually could have ran for a few yards, but he probably would have fumbled. As Mississippi State gets boat raced. As Michigan gives up a first down on 3rd and 17. Alright, time to end the stream. As Rutgers. Bro, how is it already 7-0 and Indiana's marching? How? As Oklahoma gets boat raced. As Oklahoma gets boat raced. Mississippi State gets washed. As a Sean Clifford. As a Baylor's quarterback. Whatever his name is. I don't even know. Fucking Gary Bohannon, Jerry Bohannon. Finally bet on Wisconsin and this shit sideways. Brother. As Oklahoma. As Michigan allows a fake punt. Well, Michigan gets boat raced. You give up a 3rd and 17 and a fake punt on the same drive, dude. He has the Penn State kill. I thought he missed it. The Baylor receiver stops instead of continuing to run, and they don't score. Ayaz. As Wisconsin interceptions does it again. As New Mexico State takes a 3-0 lead. As a Samford takes a 7-0 lead. As the ref gets steam cleaned. Oh my god. There's the Oklahoma receiver shits himself. As Caleb Williams shits himself. As a Braylon Allen. As a Braylon Allen. As the as Smoke Monday gets ejected for targeting. No, that's definitely not targeting. Michigan really is ass, son. Michigan really is ass. That's the Baylor kicker. Shit sideways. Yeah, Michigan's ass. I've about seen enough. Michigan gets boat raced. As Will Rogers shit sideways. As Penn State runs the worst fake field goal of all time, and Michigan. Oh my god, son. I thought Michigan actually housed it. I really. Dude really fumbled it. Michigan nearly housed it. I'm fucking gone, son. As the Mississippi State kicker is out to miss a field goal. Look at him, look at him, look at him from 34 yards away, son. Look at him. Oh, they actually made a kick. Oh. Good for him. As Wisconsin. As the Oklahoma kicker shits irrecoverable. Well, the over is definitely dead. As fuck. Dude, Penn State really is ass. Michigan's ass. Penn State's ass. Alabama's ass. Florida's losing to Samford 14-7. As Mississippi State gets boat raced. As the Baylor quarterback misses a touchdown. Mississippi State gets boat raced. As Michigan has a pick six and the dude shits himself. Michigan is so bad, son. Michigan really gonna get boat raced by a team that lost to Illinois? Who get boat raced by a team that lost to Illinois? As a Samford scores again. Oh, brother. Florida really. How do you give up 21 points to Samford? Michigan might be the worst team in the nation, son. They are awful. I mean, they are a different breed of terrible. Robert Woods tore his ACL. Oh, brother. Well, as SM Pooh. Caleb Williams is 1 of 5 with an interception. It's a good stat line. Caleb Williams is joked, bro. The Baylor player was grabbing the Oklahoma player's face mask. The Oklahoma player was grabbing the Baylor player's face mask, and they called it on Baylor. Mississippi State never had a chance. Michigan is so fucking bad, son. As Oklahoma. Yeah, it's Oklahoma. As UCF loses 10 yards on a fucking handoff. Do you lose 10 yards on a handoff, son? Robert Woods really tore his ACL. That shit's wild. Yeah, I don't think Michigan scored a point in this game. All these college football unders that I would have bet if I just didn't retire from betting unders in the first 3 weeks of the season would have been so easy, but I refused to bet a college football under again because every time I did it, they'd score 28 points in the first quarter. Can Michigan do something? Probably not. Look at Cade McNamara. Oh my god, son. Braylon Allen already has 111 rushing yards. Jesus. Yeah, it's Alabama. Oh my god. God. Yeah, some Taylor. Oklahoma's ass. Oklahoma is ass, son. as Wisconsin. Florida really struggling with Samford, son. How do you struggle with Samford? Oklahoma is the definition of ass, son. Oklahoma is the definition of ass. Oh, what's up, Troy? Void is indeed huge. As is everybody on Oklahoma. Florida really gonna lose to Samford, son. Fucking Samford. It has a Michigan. It has a Michigan. Why is he blowing kisses to the crowd when he's on the road? Fucking Roman Wilson shit his sideways. Dude's really blowing kisses to the crowd on the road. Look at him. Sideways. As Oklahoma renders completely irrecoverable. Well, Oklahoma's created a new definition of awful. Really got Texas versus Gonzaga tonight at fucking 9:30. That shit was yeet yesterday. Villanova, UCLA at 10:30, even though that just fucking sucked. That game should have never went to overtime. Sitting there praying, absolutely just praying that the game didn't go to overtime, and yeah. You kind of knew when you got plus the points and it goes to overtime, you pretty much know what's gonna happen. I mean, that shit was over. Shit's crazy. Also, just the simple fact that UCLA was hot to close out the second half and Villanova was cold. Villanova was up by like 8. And yeah. Florida is losing 28-21 against Samford. Oh my god, son. Samford has scored on all but one of their drives. You give up 28 points to Samford, son. To Samford. They scored. Oh my god, son. Fucking Samford. Yeah, damn Mullen might have to get booted after this one. I don't even care if they win the game. You gave up 28 points to Samford. Fucking Samford. Mrs. or Auburn really gonna beat fucking Alabama at home. Auburn is really gonna do it, son. That team just Bo Nix turns into a different type of guy when he's at home. Yeah, it's Michigan. As Oklahoma runs a terrible trick play. Going Wood. As Caleb Williams has 10 years to throw and the receiver drops it. Oh my god. As the Penn State receiver shits himself. Jolt. Oh, brother. There really aren't many. All the games today are at like. I mean, there's Ole Miss, Texas A&M tonight. Wait, I guess there's like good games on tonight, but I don't have very many bets for the night slate. There aren't very many games overall for the night slate. Pretty much all the games are in the afternoon. Oh my god, Caleb Williams puts him on skates. Well, I mean, the two offenses are starting to somewhat figure it out. If somehow you get to 28-28, I mean, the over could still be in play. There were a lot of low totals today, it seemed like. There wasn't any of those like 75 point over. Like every over I looked at was fucking mid 60s. Normally you get at least one or two games that are like 75, 76. Oh my god, the UCF quarterback gets sacked for a loss of 20. Caleb Williams is really 5 of 10 for 60 yards. Hey, Graham Mertz is 9 of 10. It's the best game of his life. Florida's really tied with Samford. How do you give up 28 points to an FCS school, Doc? Dan Mullen really got to go. Or the defensive coordinator got to go. Florida ain't it, son. Dan Mullen's gone. Everybody's gone. Or I think they just fired their defensive coordinator like this week, if I'm not mistaken. And they still give up 28 points to Samford. It's got to be embarrassing as hell. Feel like the college football games that should go under have been going under for like the past few weeks, but I gave up on college football unders for good after week 3 of a season because I swear all it takes is one big play for a college football game to go over. And there's big plays everywhere. No, Caleb Williams really hasn't looked that good. I have no clue what to make of Oklahoma. Like they're such. I mean, they'll sort themselves out because they still got. Well, this game obviously is a big one, and then their kicker shits. I think Oklahoma's the 2 kickers are like a combined 0 of 3 or 0 of 4 on field goals. They got Oklahoma State to close the season. I think they got Iowa State next week. It's like they'll sort themselves out. They'll have a resume to be a college football playoff team, but like I don't know if Oklahoma has any business being in the college football playoff. I just don't know that there's actually 4 good teams this year. I really don't. Like Georgia's obviously good. Is Alabama really that good? No. I mean, they struggled with Florida, who's bad. They're barely beating Samford. They struggled with LSU, who's bad, who's literally done, who has their entire team out, who just fired their coach. Like, I guess they didn't fire him, but they parted ways with him. You got Cincinnati, who isn't good. I mean, Cincinnati is not a good football team. They were better last year, and I think if it was the same Cincinnati team that we saw last year playing this year, I think they'd for sure be in. But they're not good this year. What am I missing? Like the Big Ten will sort itself out, but like, are any of those teams that good? Probably not. Like, Ohio State's probably the best team out of that bunch of like Michigan, Michigan State, Ohio State, but I just like Michigan and Michigan State both aren't all that good. Ohio State has showing signs of like vulnerability. Um, so I really just don't know. Like, like people are still talking about Tennessee possibly keeping it close with Georgia. I don't. The thing with Georgia, they have given you no reason to think that they'll ever play a close game. Like, I feel like every year you're almost waiting for that top team to just be locked in a close game at one point or another that season, and Georgia is giving me no reason to believe that they'll ever play a close game. Georgia is rolling past everybody. That defense, as it stands right now, and there's still time left in the season, they could go out and give up 42 points to Tennessee today, and we'll be like, okay, maybe that defense has come down to earth a little bit when they play a Tennessee or when they play an Alabama or when they play an Ohio State potentially in the college football playoff. It could come back down to earth. But they give up 7 points a game. They have given up less offensive touchdowns than they've played games so far this season, I'm pretty sure. They were up 3-0 against Florida late in the second quarter. If there was a game that they were going to struggle, I think it was that one. Because that game they did struggle. It was 3-0, and they go out, they force a fumble, score on the next play. They get an interception, score on the next play. And then they get a pick six, and within about 3 or 4 minutes, it went from being a 3-0 game to a 24-0 game. And do we really think that Georgia offense isn't going to score against Tennessee's defense that gives up like 28 points a game? It might even be more than that. Like, that Tennessee defense is awful. Georgia's offense isn't good, but Tennessee can't stop anybody. And it's hard to imagine that they're just going to somehow find a way to slow down Georgia. It's hard to imagine that Hendon Hooker is going to somehow find a way to be great. Now, he's having a good season. He's still ranked like 60th in the nation in passing yards. I mean, it's not like he's that good. It's not like he's a quarterback that I'd put, you know, he's not a quarterback that I'd want to be leading my team against the best defense in the nation. He just isn't like, he hasn't really proven that he's that good. And the Tennessee offense has struggled at times this season. Like, Tennessee. Let's see. They did good against a good Kentucky defense last week, but I don't know, Kentucky's defense is nowhere near the level of Georgia's. They scored 26 against a bad Ole Miss defense. They scored 24 against Alabama, and Alabama's defense is much worse than Georgia's. They scored 14 against Florida, and Florida sucks. Like, they've had moments this season where they haven't looked that good against some pretty bad defenses. I know. I mean, down the stretch of the season, I feel like every year we want to say it's going to sort itself out, but this is like the one year where you just don't know, because outside of Georgia, nobody's looked perfect. If you're using the eye test that you're using with Cincinnati, like, Oklahoma obviously hasn't looked that good. Michigan and Michigan State have both lost. I mean, Michigan obviously lost to Michigan State, and then Michigan State loses to Purdue. Like, Ohio State has that loss to Oregon, and then Oregon has that loss to Stanford. In Oregon, I mean, the Pac-12 is interesting because I feel like, the teams in the Pac-12, there aren't many teams that are actually good. But I would not be surprised if Oregon State goes out and gives Oregon a game. Or, yeah, I would agree. I mean, outside of Georgia, and they still have some work to do. Like, I'm not saying they're just going to dog walk Tennessee today. Now, I'm betting on them to cover 20. I do think they can, just because I don't think Hendon Hooker is good enough to just dot this Georgia defense up. But yeah, I mean, Michigan, but they also have him. I mean, they'll get their games later in the season, but like, they haven't necessarily looked perfect. Now, they should have beat Michigan State, and I do think that if they hang on in that game, it looks a lot better. Like, I still think, I mean, Alabama is not the second best team in the nation. I think just about everybody can agree on that. I just don't know how you can say Alabama is the second best team in the nation when they barely beat Florida and they barely beat LSU. But yeah, 2 through 4 this year. This is really the first year that we've seen 2 through 4 be troublesome, and I do think the committee is going to do anything to keep Cincinnati out. I genuinely do. You can argue that Cincinnati has a path because they sit at number 5, but I think Oklahoma still has Oklahoma State on their schedule. Oklahoma still has Iowa State on their schedule. Oklahoma still has the Big 12 championship on their schedule. They're going to have quality wins the rest of the way this season. And then I guess if they lose to Baylor, everything changes. But if they beat Baylor, if they win out, I think they can jump Cincinnati very easily. And then you've still got Alabama, and I just don't think the committee's going to bump them out, even though Alabama isn't that good of a team this year. I know people want to say that if they lose to Georgia, they'll get bumped out, but can you really make that argument? Because if they lose to the number 1 team, are they going to get bumped from number 2 to number 5? I guess they wouldn't get bumped to number 4 because they're not going to have Georgia and Alabama play in the college football playoff in the first round. But could they get bumped to number 5? I don't think so. I think they go from number 2 to number 3. The winner of a Big Ten is going to probably go to number 2. And then Oklahoma could jump into that 4th spot if they win out. And that's going to be what the college football playoff will end up looking like. Well, I was saying Cincinnati isn't as good as they were last year. Cincinnati had a significantly better team last year. And they kind of get killed this year because if they had the same team as they had last year, I think they would be in the top 4 right now. I genuinely think that team would be in the top 4 right now. And they're going out there, they haven't covered in 4 weeks. And they almost lost to Tulsa. And now, granted, Tulsa still would have had to convert on a 2-point conversion. But if Davis Brin doesn't fall over at the 1-yard line, they have a chance to force that or push that game to overtime. And another thing with Cincinnati, and I don't know if this plays into the committee's mindset at all, But they lost to Georgia in a bowl game where Georgia had basically their entire team opt out. So can you really consider them that good when they went out? They had this great season last year, and they still lost to a fucking, for lack of a better term, a practice squad team. Texas A&M absolutely has a path. Texas A&M is probably the second best team in the SEC right now. I think Auburn will beat Alabama. I don't think they can beat Alabama. I think they will beat Alabama because Auburn, Bo Nix is a different animal at home. Bo Nix might be the worst quarterback in the nation when it comes to playing on the road, but at home, he is a different animal. And I think Auburn, and now granted, Auburn has a little bit more of, I mean, if they beat Texas A&M, they have a lot more to play for. But Auburn is going to want to do everything they can to spoil Alabama's chances at an SEC championship game and to spoil Alabama's chances at a college football playoff. Now, granted, A&M still has to beat Ole Miss today, and that is not an easy game by any means. That is an extremely, extremely tricky game for Texas A&M. So, that's no guarantee, but yeah, I mean, that's where Cincinnati is in so much trouble, is because you have all these teams ranging from Oregon is going to have some trouble. Oregon is not that good of a team. Oregon, Anthony Brown is not that good of a quarterback. They play Washington State today, and Washington State has kind of been a sneaky team. I don't think Washington State will win, but that is a sneaky game. Like Oregon, I mean, the loss to Stanford is a bad loss. Stanford is not a good football team. And then they still have Utah. They still have a Pac-12 championship potentially. And Samford is now beating Florida by 2 touchdowns. Dan Mullen is gone. Dan Mullen is absolutely gone, son. They're losing to fucking Samford by 2 touchdowns. By 2 touchdowns, son. But no, this is the year, and everybody's talked about it. We've been talking about it all year. This is the year where, you know, typically at this point in the season, you pretty much have a pretty clear-cut 4. And if you don't have a 4, you at least have like a 3. And then the 4th can be between 2 or 3 teams. This year, you have a 1, and then a bunch of other teams that are just looking to get in. Cincinnati continues to fail at picking up the style points that they need. Ohio State, Oklahoma, Alabama will all sort themselves out throughout the rest of the season. Yeah, I mean, Calzada isn't bad. I don't really think it's Calzada, though. They have 2 of the best running backs in the nation. I mean, A-Chain and Spiller are two of the best running backs in the nation. And I don't see a way that today Ole Miss will need to find a way to stop a run. And Ole Miss is not good on defense. So, although it's not an easy game, especially on the road, I don't see this Ole Miss defense just turning up. But with all the chaos that's happened this year, you couldn't be surprised if fucking somehow, some way, Texas A&M loses to Ole Miss after looking this good. Because Texas A&M is in that point where every game can be seen as a letdown spot. Because Texas A&M is starting to come on. They're starting to get this national attention again. And now they could go out and lose, and all the stuff we talked about where, they've won, 3 or 4 straight games after losing to, like, Mississippi State and Arkansas. Now they've got this national spotlight on them. Now people are talking about them potentially making the SEC championship, and this is a prime letdown spot where you could essentially boot yourself or play yourself out of the SEC championship. And again, if Texas A&M makes it to the SEC championship, the one thing with Texas A&M, I think they might give Georgia a better game than Alabama would. And the reason I say that is because Alabama's offense is good, but that Georgia defense is insane. That Georgia offense is subpar, and Texas A&M has a good defense. So I feel like if Texas A&M and Georgia meet in the SEC championship, I could see that game being like a 27-20 type of game, as opposed to Alabama, where their defense isn't really that good. I feel like Georgia is going to put up points. I feel like Alabama has struggled at times this year. Like, they struggled to score against Florida. They struggled to score against LSU. Like, the offense really isn't something special. The offense isn't... Texas A&M has two of the best defensive linemen in the nation, in my opinion, with Jaden Peavy and DeMarvin Leal, I think is his name. One of them plays defensive end and one of them plays defensive tackle, I believe. I think, I don't remember which one plays which, but they're both on the defensive line. They're both really good. And then I think, their run game is good, but that Georgia run defense is absolutely insane. But I just think Alabama hasn't necessarily looked flawless on offense. Like, when you think of Alabama, you think of their offense, but they haven't looked flawless on offense. Like, even today against New Mexico State, they scored 14 points in the first quarter, and, like, they obviously started scoring more. It's New Mexico State, but, like, this isn't the traditional elite Alabama offense that we're used to seeing. This isn't the traditional score 50 points a game and win Alabama offense we're used to seeing. This Alabama offense has been held to, 20 points against LSU, for example. Like, there should be no reason that you're letting an LSU team that is dead, that is done, that has their entire, any notable name that you thought of when you thought LSU before the season isn't playing. Ed Orgeron is gone. They literally aren't playing for anything, and you still, at your home stadium, go out and they didn't just win that game by 6. LSU had the ball in Alabama territory with a chance to win that game. I mean, that's where Alabama just like, do you really think they can go play Georgia in an SEC championship and actually score against them? And I think today is a big telltale sign of what that Georgia defense is, because that Tennessee offense can score. And if they go out and they hold Tennessee to 13 points or whatever it may be, I think it's time that you just have to admit that Georgia is far and away the best team in the nation. And I still think they are. And I know there's speculation about, Georgia's eventually going to play in a close game. I know that Georgia is making it look a lot easier than it should look. In my opinion, they got their close game out of the way, because in my opinion, if their close game came against Florida, they were up 3-0 late in the second quarter against Florida. They looked not dead, but they looked like a team that may have come down to earth. Now, their defense was obviously playing well. Their offense, though, isn't good. Stetson Bennett isn't good. And there's some concern on offense with them, but then you see them force a couple turnovers, and just like that, it's a 24-0 game at halftime, and, or 24-3 game at halftime, and, they're just showing that, teams are not going to have an easy time scoring against them. Teams are going to really struggle to score against Georgia. And, I mean, Alabama's offense hasn't been perfect. Alabama's offense has by no means been necessarily elite. And Oklahoma kicks the ball out of bounds. Oklahoma shits. But, I know. I feel like there's enough games the rest of the season to where everything will eventually sort itself out. There are enough games that we will eventually see all these teams kind of sort themselves out as Oklahoma gets boat raced. I never thought I'd say, because normally I'm pretty negative about the over when they aren't scoring. Both teams started to look competent on offense late in that first half. And it's not like this over is a super high total. It's 63. I mean, you get to 28-28, there's a chance. This over is by no means dead. I still don't know. I feel like I'm still cheering for Oklahoma more. The issue I run into when I bet 2 bets in one game is I'm hoping that the game's going over basically the entire time, to where with about 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, I can just start cheering for the team I bet on because the over's already hit. But that's probably not going to be the case here, but I just don't know. This could very well be a 28-28 game in the fourth quarter with overtime looking like a large possibility, but I know. I'd still rather see Oklahoma win this instead of, I don't know. I need to go 1-1 at least. I wonder what Samford's first half money line was like. Dog. as Oklahoma gets an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. See, now if Oklahoma loses to Baylor, that pretty much knocks Oklahoma out of the conversation. So I do think that Cincinnati has to be hoping for an Oklahoma loss, because 2-loss Baylor isn't getting in. Oklahoma State is still like sneaky, but not having a win against an undefeated Oklahoma team will hurt them, because Oklahoma State already lost to, who did they lose to? Iowa State, maybe? No. Oklahoma State. I think Oklahoma State beat Iowa State. Trying to remember who Oklahoma State's loss was. No, they did lose to Iowa State. Yeah. Okay. So, and now Oklahoma State's loss doesn't look that good. So again, you can't really, I don't know. This is where things get so troublesome when you start thinking about it, because Oklahoma State, both Oklahoma State and Oregon have a bad loss on their resume, but they've also only lost that one game, and you're not looking at a one-game sample size, you're looking at throughout the season. Oklahoma State could very well beat Oklahoma. I mean, Oklahoma is another team that just isn't looking like, that they're kind of like Alabama, where we're very used to seeing in a team that's going to score 40, 50 points a game, and you're going to have to stay with them, but both Oklahoma and Alabama are not doing that. Both Oklahoma and Alabama have shown signs of maybe having an offense that is human, instead of having an offense that is going to consistently, easily put up 50, 60 points. Houston struggling a little bit with Temple. That's scaring me. They only scored 10 points in the first half. And then I'm going to say it's a homer thing to say. Wisconsin is not going to be an easy game for whoever faces them in the Big Ten Championship. I feel like for a while, it looked like, okay, like, whoever wins the Big Ten East is gonna is gonna end up getting blown out. It doesn't seem like that anymore, because it's starting to appear as if the Big Ten East winner, I mean, it should be Wisconsin. It's not necessarily going to be easy for Wisconsin to make it there, because they still have to beat Minnesota. Like, they don't have an easy schedule, but I think if Wisconsin makes it there, like they're gonna give Ohio State, they're gonna give Michigan, they're gonna give Michigan State a game because none of those teams are showing that they are all that good. None of those teams are showing that they're going to consistently score 50 points. That Wisconsin defense is extremely good. And you know, if Wisconsin can hold them, it's not going to be easy for Ohio State, Michigan State to win. Like, it just won't. I don't know. Oh, brother. Caleb Williams' ass. And Baylor wins. As Oklahoma renders their playoff hopes useless. Oh my god, so Oklahoma or Florida's really losing to Samford. As Oklahoma Oh my god, son. as the Baylor wide receiver shits. No way Oklahoma didn't jump on top of that ball, because if that were called a completion and a fumble, I think it would still be Baylor ball. It might have bounced out of bounds, but I was still a little bit surprised as Oklahoma gets boat raced. Oh my god, son. Alright, Oklahoma's officially not good. How do you let Baylor get a 3rd and 15? It's Baylor, son. It's Baylor. As Michigan. Northwestern's kicker misses a 32-yard field goal. Oh, brother. Oh, fumble! Oh my god, he gets lit up. Wow. Oklahoma's defense just completely bailed Caleb Williams. Oh yeah, that ball's out. He gets absolutely steam cleaned. Yeah, it's Hassan Haskins. Still on Samford, son. This fucking Florida team right here, they've allowed 358 total yards of offense to Samford. That's like, that's that's sad. Like I feel like I've seen FCS schools keep it close in the first half. Like I remember a few years back, Alabama was in a close game against like the Citadel. It was like 14-6 at halftime or something, and Alabama ended up running away with it. You don't see an FCS school scoring 42 points, though. You just don't. That never happens. And time for another beer. Ooh. Fucking Samford. That's so sad, dude. That is sad. That is. I actually kind of wonder what the second half line on that game is. I feel like I've got a lot of these. A lot of these lines at really bad times. Like Purdue's down to 19. As Michigan. As SMU shit sideways. Alright, Wisconsin's gotta fucking figure something out. This can't fly. They got a cover dog. This is like the first time in a while that I've actually had the confidence to bet on them. And they're that great, bub. They scored a bunch of points last week, but I did say this over might not be dead, but it definitely is. Thought right when Baylor got that big play to open up the second half, I thought maybe both offenses were getting. As Wisconsin gets a pick. Oh, he fell! No! I thought we had a pick six. Oh, Wisconsin almost had a pick six, bro. Alright, I gotta punch this in. That would be great. Yeah, Caleb Williams is so fucking awful. Bruh. The one thing this year in college football, there really aren't any great quarterbacks. Like, I guess Brennan Armstrong's not bad, like Sam Hartman's not bad, but those guys aren't really playing against crazy good defenses. Like, I don't know. Like, we were talking about Caleb Williams for potentially being the Heisman. He obviously hasn't done much. I mean, early on it made sense. Early on it made sense to think that he could win the Heisman, but yeah, it's Wisconsin. Caleb Williams, shit's irrecoverable. Caleb Williams got kind of lucky that he picked that ball up, because, whew. As Wisconsin's defense, shit's irrecoverable. I mean, to tell me Oklahoma has a 4th and 35? What the fuck are they doing? Oh. Cool. That was actually a really good punt, but look at Spencer Rattler's warming up on the sideline like he's gonna do any better. See, that's the issue. Are Caleb Williams and Spencer Rattler the same person? Because they might be. Like, I just feel like no matter who they put in this game, they're both gonna shit, so. Hey, as Wisconsin gets a pick. Oh, never mind. Yay! Well, Wisconsin's back. Wisconsin is all the way back. Big Ten championship bound. If we lose to Minnesota, I might off myself. But Big Ten championship bound. Joked he has to repunt it out. Oh my god, son! Hey, as ESPN cuts to commercial in the middle of a punt. ESPN has, or Fox, I mean, Fox has shot every single, bruh, they cut to commercial in the middle of a fucking punt. Oh, brother. That was actually kind of funny. They took the penalty to make him repunt, and his second punt was better than his first one. As a Braylon Allen. as Michigan. I don't even know what to make of Oklahoma, dog. They just... See, this is a game, though, and this is what Oklahoma has done all season. This is a game that Oklahoma is going to find a way to win. Now, if they might not cover, I actually got the line at 3. It dropped down. It plummeted down this morning. It was 5.5 last night, and it got down to 3.5, and I just bought the half point to 3. I would not have picked Oklahoma at 5.5, but the line dropping to 3 made me like them. This is a prime spot, and what Oklahoma has done all season is just sneak by teams, just continuously find ways to win games close. And this is another spot where that could happen. They're in position to just find a way, whether it be Spencer Rattler or fucking Caleb Williams leading them to a late touchdown. That's what Oklahoma's done all season. Now, they aren't... I mean, they're a team that is very capable of losing a game, but we've seen this from Oklahoma this year. It's not like we haven't seen them be in a close game late in the third quarter. It's not like we haven't seen them trailing late in the third quarter. Like, this isn't anything new for Wisconsin or for Oklahoma. Kill him. As Oklahoma. As Florida takes their first lead of the game. It's like bad, but it's not even like... There was never a shot that Florida would lose the game, I feel like. But, I mean, I guess that defense is not great, Bob. Not great. Okay. I'm tired of these fucking college football teams that don't have a logo at midfield. Penn State's one of the... Well, Penn State, I think there's one other school. Why is there no logo at midfield? That makes no fucking sense. That annoys the shit out of me every time I'm watching a game. I don't even know where they are on the field because I can't see the fucking logo. Like, as the Penn State kicker just absolutely shanks it. As Spencer Rattler's in the game. Oh, Marvin Mims. Oh, poo. That's not Marvin Mims. I don't know who that is. That was definitely a catch. I mean, that was 100% a catch. And PI. I mean... Ooh, maybe... No, never mind. Okay. Well, that was still PI, though. But holy shit. He's pulling him down! Hey, as the refs win Baylor the game? I mean, you can't fucking tackle the guy. He's pulling on his... I mean, that is as much PI as you're gonna get. as the refs win Baylor the game. The refs have won Baylor the absolute game. That's Spencer Rattler, son. Look at Spencer Rattler, son. Oh my god, he's ass. Well, the refs win Baylor the game. God, I don't know that Northwestern's gonna score. Wisconsin's back. It hurts to have Ches Malusi out for the season, but like Braylon Allen isn't playing bad right now. So fucking Samford really gave Florida a game. Now Florida's gonna run away with it. How many times have we seen that happen where a team just sucks in the first half and starts learning how to play in the second half? I might need food. DoorDash? Hmm. Oh, I can get $5 off at Devani's. Yay! The Cheesecake Factory charges a $9.99 delivery fee. How the fuck I'm gonna go pay $9.99? As Baylor loses, or Oklahoma loses. G. G. As Oklahoma. Oklahoma really lost. Well, that's gonna be a big shake-up in the fucking college football playoff. Yeah, Oklahoma really sucks. As Wisconsin doesn't cover. Wisconsin really gonna fail to cover. Is Michigan shits? As Mississippi State? Can Spencer shit sidewayser? Be great. Yeah, Spencer Rattler. Oklahoma loses. Spencer Rattler trips on his own feet. Wisconsin's not going to cover. Oh, I thought he was going to fumble. Oh my god, Northwestern's quarterback shits himself. Penn State wins. Auburn missed another field goal. All right. Yes, Arizona is beating Utah. All right. And Oklahoma loses. As Wisconsin interceptions does it again. And Michigan shits. Oklahoma loses. Oklahoma has officially shat in every single direction, and they are out of the college football playoff. As Houston Fires picks it off, and he's to the 50, and he's to the 40, and he's to the... Well, yay! As a Samford is back into the red zone. That's Michigan. And Houston shit's unrecoverable. And Wisconsin shit's unrecoverable. And Michigan shit's unrecoverable. And Houston shit's unrecoverable. And Michigan shit's completely unrecoverable. Michigan loses. as Mississippi State. Michigan loses. Michigan loses. And Michigan has officially lost. Michigan shits. Unrecoverable. as Appalachian State. Can Michigan unshit themselves? Probably not. Will Michigan unrelieve their bowels? It's really 63-50 to win Samford against Florida. Can Houston avoid the relieving of their bowelments all over themselves? Can Mississippi State avoid the relieving of their bowelments all over themselves? As Houston. Eight. The relieving of as Houston. Alright, can Michigan be great like? And what if this game goes to overtime and we get another 9 overtime fucking shitter? God. Looks like Houston. As Hassan Haskins. Houston still ain't out of it. Actually, wait. I think they might be. Hopefully nothing stupid happens. They could have literally taken a knee. Why are they throwing it deep? They're up 37-8. Oh my god. Now they're going to have to punt. And now it's going to be a hook and ladder. And Temple's going to cover. Oh, brother. If Temple scores, I'm ending the stream. I am absolutely ending the stream. And that's all there is to it. Why are you throwing it? Literally, if they hand the ball off, the game's over. has Hassan Hask first downs. Looks like UConn's going to cover against Clemson. He has Hughes to pick sixes! Oh, he got tackled at the 10. I really thought he had a pick six. Well, hey. Now, as long as they don't throw a pick six, it'll be good. Mississippi State shit's unrecoverable. Oh, Cade McNamara. Oh, the tight end's gone. He's to the 20. He's to the 8. He has a Misha Cops. Does it again. Eric All lurks. Oh, actually, I think he got forced out of bounds. That actually might be a good thing for Michigan. They can use... No! It's kind of close. That's actually... Oh my god. The Auburn receiver shits. I feel like if he stepped out of bounds, it might be good for Michigan. Because now they're going to force Penn State to use their timeouts. I guess they still got to score, though. It's close. I think he's out. He has a Bo Nix. Wait, what the bruh? Auburn runs a fake punt. Oh my god, what was that? Wait, was that not an interception? Oh, oh, never, okay. Bruh, why are you running... They run a fake punt on 4th and 10 and it just never had a chance. I don't understand that decision at all. Auburn's still only down by 1 possession. There's 8.5 minutes left. And they run a fake punt and now Mississippi State takes over at the 45. That is a terrible, terrible decision. It's a 1 possession game and then they get dotted in the red zone. Oh my god. It wasn't like a good fake punt either. It was just like, if you're going to go for it, put your quarterback out there instead of your punter. Like, I ain't complaining though. Will Rogers, 43 of 53 for 411 yards and 5 touchdowns. He really is making a case for the Heisman, dude. Like, he's not going to win it because Mississippi State has 4 losses. Ass, he fumbles. But he's still putting up insane numbers. Mississippi State was really down 28-3 in there. They're winning 36-28. That's wild. All right. Time for food. I wonder if I can order food with my fucking credit card reward points, because, son, I ain't even gonna lie. My shit, I don't even know how that shit be working. I just got... I can go... The fuck can I use this for? My shit's actually... I got $71 in credit card rewards. Gift cards? Merchandise? How the fuck I'm gonna buy merchandise? Buy me a Wells Fargo fucking... What the hell? This make no goddamn sense. Travel? I'm gonna go buy me a plane ticket. Oh, you really can buy a plane ticket. That's actually kind of lit. I might have to... Yeah, as Auburn gets a targeting penalty. Ooh, Penn State nearly won the game. I still think genuinely that Auburn can beat Alabama. And it almost helps that they're losing games like this. Well, this game's far from over. But it almost helps if they lose this game because you'll get an inflated line towards Alabama. I mean, Auburn might end up being a 2-touchdown, 3-touchdown underdog in that game. And I just don't see Alabama running away with it on the road against Auburn. I really don't. I just feel like those rivalry games are going to be close. Bo Nix is a much better quarterback at home than he is on the road. That team overall is much better at home than they are on the road. As Jahan Dotson gets absolutely steam cleaned and his season's over. I'm very curious to see what that line ends up being. Fourth and 2 for Penn State. Well, they got all 3 timeouts. It's kind of interesting that they're going for this. You'd think they'd punt it away. They're at their own 30. I don't understand that decision, James Franklin. I do not understand that decision at all. They have all 3 timeouts with 3 minutes remaining. They go for it at their own 33, and the play never had a chance. Sean Clifford is not... Penn State's better defensively. Their offense is not good. I don't understand why you're going for it instead of punting it. I mean, Sean Clifford. I guess if you hold them to a field goal, the game, but you're giving them the ball with such good field position, they're already in field goal range. Like, field goals are never guaranteed with college kickers, but they're already in range where they can for sure kick it. As the UCF quarterback spikes the ball into the ground and SMU wins. Or SMU covers, I guess. This one, I'm kind of pissed I didn't take the over in this SMU game. I liked SMU. The only reason I didn't like the over is because UCF has not scored anything the past few weeks. Baylor storming the field after a win over Oklahoma. I guess that makes sense. When's the last time Baylor was actually... As the Mississippi State kicker nearly misses an extra point. I still am a little bit confused with all the field storming that's happened, like, this year. I don't know, it just seems like it's happening more than it should. I feel like in the past, what I remember with storming the field or storming the court is when an unranked team beats a ranked team, you storm the field. This year, I mean, we saw Iowa storm the field after a win against Penn State when Iowa was favored in the game. I mean, this one makes sense, more sense than some of them, just because of the simple fact that Baylor has not been relevant in football for a long-ass time. Oklahoma's an undefeated team. Like, this one makes a lot of sense, but some of them make no sense. Hey, as a Michigan. Arizona's really beating Utah 17-14. Uh-oh. I think I'll be... What is this? So if Mississippi State ends up covering, my only 2 losses might be the Oklahoma and the over in that game. If nothing super chaotic happens. But games are at 2:30. Georgia, Tennessee, Purdue. I got a bunch of Conference USA plays for no reason whatsoever. But I got, how many CUSA plays do I have? I got 3 Conference USA plays at 2:30. That's weird that all the games, if I can survive or win the 2:30 slate, I could be in good shape to kind of save my week. Because I'm in line for a really good 11 o'clock slate. If Michigan covers, I'll be, so long as SMU doesn't give up some crazy shit late. They'd need to give up 1, 2, 3 touchdowns to not cover in 7 minutes. Mississippi State would need to give up a touchdown into 2-point conversion, and then overtime not cover. Yeah, Michigan. So Michigan won. I better switch my stream. Has Mississippi State. Oh. Fellas. Ooh. I know last week I think I started my early slate really well as well. So I'm a little bit scared. Hopefully the 2:30 slate goes fine. With where's Sunday? As all burn. As Boston College. Oh! Wait, it's... Oh. It's kind of a curious to see them going for 2 on that one. You'd think you'd go for 2 on the second one. Because you want to make sure it's still a 1-possession game. That's interesting. That is a very interesting decision. A couple very interesting decisions from... Well, that was a terrible throw. Bo Nix just handed him the ball. Like, Bo Nix. Bo picks. I don't really know. Yeet. As Purdue. Alright, what am I ordering from DoorDash? Hmm. Oh, yeah. I didn't play nothing. Mmm. Hmm. Chick-fil-A? Is Chick-fil-A the vibe? Hmm. 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 As Purdue. Think it's gonna have to be Chick-fil-A, boys. Taco stench. Hey. The Chick-fil-A is on the way. Hey. Here's a South Alabama. Does it again. As Florida State wins. As Tennessee wins. Does Georgia let Tennessee just march right down the field on them like that, son? As a Troy is in to the end zone. Look at Stetson Bennett. Oh my god, look at him. As a South Alabama. No. This is probably the first time all season that Georgia has given up a touchdown this early in the game. I feel like it's the first time all season that their offense has actually had at least a little bit of pressure on them. But at the same time, can Tennessee do it again as Georgia's into the end zone? Oh my god, that did not take long. Tennessee's defense's ass. as Purdue. Oh, as Purdue! South Alabama lurks. As Purdue. I think the South Alabama kicker just shit sideways. How's the South Alabama kicker? Shit's unrecoverable. as. This Georgia defense kind of getting dotted right now. Not doing what they normally do. Still, though, if they can prevent Tennessee from scoring, I think it's... If Tennessee's scoring the games, Georgia's not... Oh, my God. They had 2nd and 2 and didn't get the first down on 2nd and 2 and didn't get the first down on 3rd and 1, and they're going to have to punt as Jackson Smith and Jigba is gone. Oh, my God. I'm so nervous about today. Based on the way last week went for me, as there's 10 flags on the fucking field. Last week, I think I don't remember what I was in the 11 o'clock slate. I think I was like 4-1, and things just went to shit after that. And I got a bad feeling about that today. Georgia shits. Georgia shits. Arizona's really fucking giving Utah a game. Georgia really is starting to get dotted. Yeah, Georgia's not covering this game. Georgia's going to give up more points than they've given up all season in the first quarter. As Purdue shits sideways. And Purdue loses by 50. Georgia shits. Yep. Alright, I get fucked in the fucking 230 slide again. Georgia's ass. Purdue's ass. Miami's ass. Boston College's ass. Purdue's ass. Alright, well, Ohio State's scoring on every one of their drives, so Purdue loses by 50.